Hello, hello. Welcome to my channel. I'm Em and my books are everywhere. Let's see who we have with us today on the first sprints of March. Hello, Annie. She says such a pretty thumbnail. Thank you. And we have Grandma Susan. Good evening, all. Looking forward to sprints. Me too. I got a lot of reading to do, and I'm so happy that it's middle grade March and March Mystery Madness. Those are two of my favorite genres, so super excited for this month. And then I was just letting you know that we were going to be live soon. And hello, welcome in, Kat. She says, hi, everyone. I'm reading Poison and Prejudice by Daphne Silver, Book 3 in the Rare Book series. I'm really enjoying this mystery and don't want to put it down. Aw, that's awesome. I'm going to have to write that down. Did I have my notebook? It's in my purse. Hold on. Oops. Guys, my cat. What did you do, Humphrey? There we go. He's turning off lights by unplugging cords. Okay. Let's put this down. And that is Rare Books series. And that is Daphne Silver. Okay. And hey, Jeanette, we have Jeanette in. She says, hello, I have 20 pages left in the Bitter End Birding Society. That's really great. You'll finish that first sprint. And Tabitha's in. Hello, I'll be reading The Fellowship of the Ring tonight. I need to get on that too, because I am doing Kay's read along of that, but I haven't started. And Jamie says, hello. Hi, Jamie. And Grandma Susan says, Em, what are you reading? I think I'm going to be starting with the Red Pyramid audiobook. It's a middle grade fantasy, I guess, by Rick Riordan. It's really a good adventure. I've read it before with my nephew when he was younger. It's about Sadie and her brother Carter, and their father is an Egyptologist, and he disappears. I'm trying to remember because I started it several days ago. He is allowed to see Sadie only twice a year, based on the grandparents took him to court when the mother passed away, and that was the agreement that Sadie lived with the grandparents in England and Carter lives with his dad. Supposed to be the US, but the dad travels in Egypt and other places a lot. But he gets to see Sadie twice a year, and he picks her up and they go to the British Museum, I think. And then he disappears. And so then the kids are left on their own. There's like this whole, Rick Riordan does like a lot of fantasy magic stuff. And so they have all this like based on like Egyptian mythology. A lot of things are happening. They see like hieroglyphs in blue, like in the air and stuff. It's a fun, to me, interesting, just middle grade adventure. The kids are sassy. I love it. And as I remember, they definitely do a lot of growing and also come to, because there's like kind of like a little resentment between the two of them, because one didn't get to, one gets to travel around with the dad, but the other one has like a more normal type of living situation where they can have friends and they have a home to go to and stuff like that. So they they at first resent each other a little, but as the story and adventure progresses, they come to rely on each other and really appreciate that they are family and what the unique stuff that they bring to their relationship. So I do like it. It's fun. I don't know a lot about Egyptian mythology, so sometimes when they start talking about all the Egyptian gods and stuff, I know the basic ones, but then they bring in like all these other ones, and I'm just there for the ride because it's fun. Again, the characters are so sassy. I love it. Hannah is in and she says, "Hello, Em, reading Seeking Persephone by Sarah M. Eden." They just made that into like a series, right? I think I saw something on Facebook where they had the trailer. So I'd love to read that and then watch. Grandma Susan says, "Jeanette, what do you think of your book?" And Annie says, "Reading All Creatures Great and Small by James Herriot." So good. And I skipped one here. Lucy says, "Working." Yeah, that's not fun, huh? And Tanya says, "Hey, everyone, reading Secondary Target by Angela Carlisle and a Hardy Boys mystery for middle grade." That's fun. I have a couple of Hardy Boys books on my shelf. I hadn't planned on reading them this month, though. I do want to get back to, I had started reading Nancy Drew Over, and I think I'm on, is it The Broken Locket or the one after that? One of those two. And Jeanette says, "Susan, it's a five-year prediction book, but I'm thinking maybe 5-star prediction book for me, and I'm enjoying it. It has me invested and hoping for reconciliation." And Hannah says, "Yes, that's why I'm reading it." Yeah. Okay, yeah. Are you liking it? Because I think it's like, right, I love, like, it looks like it's Regency. I love Regency. And Jeanette says, "Yes, 5-star, not year." That would be amazing if it was like a 5-year prediction, like you predicted 5 years ago that it was going to be a 5-star. All right. So other than the Red Pyramid, I have Murder on the Orient Express that I'm also listening to on audiobook. I do have lots of physical books that my pile of possibilities is like all over here. I thought that my book club book was March, but it's April. So I still will read it this month because then I can count it for middle grade March, the Little House in the Big Woods. But I have to figure out what the other book was that we're doing in March. And we usually do our book club on the third Thursday. That's why sometimes I end sprints early on Thursday, is because my live book club. And so I need to figure out what that book is because I only have a couple of weeks to get it and read it. Let's see. And Hannah says, "I have barely gotten started yet, unfortunately." Okay, well, keep us posted if that's what you're going to be reading. I'd love to know how it's going for you. I think I mentioned this before, that I started the Emma M. Lyon series. I've already read the first 2 books, and I've got the 4th book. Well, I've listened to them on an audiobook. I've got the 4th book on audio, but I didn't see the 3rd one in the audiobooks.com app that I'm using to listen to those. So I have to go and check and see if I can find that. I think I don't get another credit from them until the 9th, so I may have to wait until next week and see if I can use my credit on that one. But I'm excited because I'm really liking that series a lot. It's just like one of my favorite genres, I guess. First is like mystery, like cozy mystery. And then second, I would have said like historical fiction, but really I think my second favorite is Regency romance, and then other historical fiction. I like middle grade too. I would put middle grade probably in between Regency romance and historical romance. Do you guys have like second favorite genres? Or do you pretty much stick to one, or do you just love everything? And Naomi, hello, welcome in. She says, hello, everyone. I am reading some books for middle grade March and the fourth book of the Timeless series. I really like that one a lot. I hope you like it too. And Hannah says, I want to start the Emma M. Lyons series so badly, but I hate having to wait for more books to come out. And I heard that series is supposed to be 25 books. Wow. Didn't it just start not that long ago? And there's like, what, 7 or 9 books out already? So I think, Hannah Beth, if you just like pace yourself with them, like maybe a book a month, the other ones will keep coming to where you're not going to be waiting that long. And Hannah says, I read whatever I want, and that's a little bit of everything. Yeah, I don't know. Is there anything? I don't really read a lot of contemporary romance. It's not my thing. I do like, though, the Pepper Basham, the Authentically Izzy series, and that's contemporary. So I don't know, maybe rom-com more than like a true contemporary romance. However, I do have those love-inspired books, and what's the suspense one? Is Love Inspired also the suspense, or is that a separate Love Inspired suspense? I like those, so maybe I do like contemporary romance. I just don't think about it so much. And Tanya says love Regency and contemporary. And Annie says I like historical then middle grade. That is good. I guess I've always liked middle grade since I was in middle grade myself, probably a little early, because I was allowed at the school library to go into the section that had like the books for the older grades when I was younger, because I was like an advanced reader at the time. So yeah, probably most of my reading life I've liked middle grade books. And Jeanette says, I read mainly romantic suspense and historical, but a little bit of contemporary romance. And Katrina says, hey, just sat down with my enchilada supper, ready to kick my feet up with a book. Should be able to finish Stonewick number 3 on the first sprint, then we'll browse my shelf. Very nice. Yeah, that sounds so nice. An enchilada dinner and kick your feet up and read. I'd love that. And Jamie says the Emma M. Lyon books are amazing, but it's taking forever for book 9, I think because she was working on the audiobooks last year. Seems like she publishes one a year normally. That's pretty good. With all the books that there are to read out there, I know I'd love to binge books, or I used to love to binge books. So I used to love finding an author that had a series that started so far back. And then I could just read one book after another. The Elizabeth Peters books, the Amelia Peabody ones, I started reading them when book 2 had just come out. I read book 1 and then book 2. And then it was a while before the next book came out. I think that's right. And, or I just got busy doing other things or reading other things. And when I came back to it, there was already like 11 books out. So then I just like binged those. And then I was like trying to keep up with the books as they were coming up. I don't know how many books are in that series. And I think I might be 1 or 2 books shy of having read the whole of that series. But I loved that she had other pseudonyms that she wrote under. So then I was looking for those. So I don't think I mind either starting a new series and then waiting. It's hard sometimes because you want to get to that next book, but like the Richard Osman books, not the Thursday Murder Club, but the other one, the We Solve Murders. The next book is coming out in fall, but the last one came out not in 25, it came out in 24. So he's like alternating one book per year of the opposite series. So that is a longer time to wait. But also, I'm a rereader, so I would reread that first book again before that second book comes out. Um, let's see what we have. Katrina says, preference for reading some romance, but it needs to have meat to it, like Love Comes Softly. Also love sci-fi. I used to love sci-fi a lot when I was in high school and like right after. It's been a while, I think, since I've read a sci-fi book, but I do, and that's my uncle's influence again. He used to babysit me and would always be reading himself and always had books lying around and magazines with short stories. So he would have Ellery Queen, Omni. What was the other one? I don't remember, but so I would pick them up and read them when I was a kid, and just that instilled that love of sci-fi. But it's been a while since I've read a true sci-fi. And Jeanette says, I love binging series and used to do it all the time, but not as much anymore. I want to get back into doing that. It is kind of fun. I was thinking about that the other day, that it had been a while since I like literally binged a series. And I think it would be fun to do that. I just feel like I have so many things that I want to do that it's hard for me now, where when I was in high school and when I was in college, I lived at home, and my mom was basically taking care of the house and making dinner and everything. So I could spend the whole day reading, and, everything was taken care of. But now I live, it's my place. I have to clean it. I have to, wash the dishes and clean the bathroom and do all of that stuff and cook the food and take care of myself that way. So I feel like it's harder to just like binge a series like that, because I have things that I have to do here at home, plus work takes a lot of my time. Plus I do other things than just read. And so like last week, I feel like I never do anything, like I'm just always at home. But last week I had book club, and then I had scrapbooking club, and then I had a cake decorating class that I did, and all within like 5 days. So it is harder um, to just like have that time to like binge. But I love it. I love when I can do it. When I have a Saturday that I don't have anything planned, that's wonderful. Celestria, hey, she says, hey, Em, I'm going to be reading Exiles by J.L. Knight and maybe try to crochet a couple granny squares. That is so cool. Are you making that bag, Celestria? I think I kind of caught that that's what you were working on. I was scrolling on Facebook during my break, and there was a crochet bag that was made with just 3 big granny squares. So you take one granny square, and so it's a square, but you turn it to where it's like a diamond and then pull it up, and then you do another granny square attached like that and fold it. So there's 3 granny squares that are folded, 2 like this and 1 like this, and then you just put a handle on it. I think I'm going to try to do something like that. I think that would be fun. Just use some of my scrap yarn. Hey, Bethany. She says, hi, everyone. I won't be reading tonight, but just wanted to listen to the chat for a bit. We just got home from saying goodbye to our dog. Oh, we're heartbroken, and I needed a distraction. That is so hard, Bethany. Oh, I'll pray for you to have some peace. It's a hard thing. I had to, before I got Humphrey and Audrey, I had a kitten that I had adopted from a rescue organization. His name was Oliver, and he was the sweetest little cat, but he had FIP, which I didn't know. And I think he was just shy of a year, and I'd had him about 8 months and had to take him to the vet, and my cousin went with me, and she doesn't even really like having pets. I mean, she's fine, with my cats and stuff, and she would take care of them if I needed her to. But she's not like a pet type person. But she went with me, and we were both just like bawling, bawling, bawling. Um, and this is so. It's, it was such a hard thing for me. I think that was. It was towards the end of the week when that happened. And then the Sunday I was at church and we were singing some hymn that had nothing really to do with anything that I was going, well, maybe, what was it? I think it was How Great Thou Art. And that was a hymn that my mom, like every time she sang it, she sounded like, to me, she sounded like Dean Martin was singing it. And I remember telling her that. And so it's always been a hymn that reminds me of my mom. And my mom is alive. She lives in Utah. But that was one that whenever I hear it, I think of her. And so I was sitting there, and that's the one that we were singing. And I thought of her, and I thought of my little cat, and I just started crying. And I was like crying, it wasn't just like wipe my tears and keep going. I was like crying, and I was like, I better go to the bathroom. So I got up and went to the bathroom. And then one of the sweet ladies at church came, and she's like, what's wrong? And so I told her about my cat and everything. And she was so sweet. She sent me a little card, and with a little, I don't know if it was like a little poem or just like a little short story, talking about how our pets are waiting for us in heaven and we'll be with them again, and to take some comfort in that. So yeah, that's a hard thing. And I feel for you, Bethany. And I do truly believe that our pets are waiting for us. If we were good pet parents, they're going to be so happy to see us. So take comfort in that if you can. And Celestria says, yes, a bag. I am running out of yarn though, so I'm going to have to get more for the strap and stuff. I didn't realize how much yarn this would take. Yeah, that's the thing about crochet, is that it takes a lot of yarn. So if you were doing like a square out of knit or in knit and a square in crochet, the crochet one uses way more yarn than the knit one does. But if you look at a crochet item, because of the twists and everything, it's like 3 or 4 layers of yarn that are in that. So definitely more yarn. And Celestria is telling Bethany that she's sad and heartbroken. Yep. And Bethany says, yes, it's so hard. We had our little guy for 13 and a half years. And Bethany says, that was so sweet of her. God always sends encouragement, right? And Celestia says, I believe they're waiting for us up there too. Yes. And Celestia says, that's so interesting. I would have thought it used about the same. Yeah, no, it uses, I want to say that I read somewhere that it uses like 3 times more, but it might be even more than that. Because yeah, if you look at knitting, is a lot flatter than crochet. It's bumpier, and there's bumpy knits, but you're using, doing puffy stitches and things like that. But just a plain basic knit versus like in crochet, like the single crochet that you would use for like a granny square, it's like a lot more yarn. Wow, guys, we've been talking for like 25 minutes. I think we should start our first sprint. So I'll get that ambiance set up. And I'm really happy that spring has sprung. So the ambiance that I'm using, it's from Autumn Cozy, and it is springtime in the Shire, I think is what she called it. So you'll see a round window and all of the spring outside of there. The sound is very low, so you might not hear a whole lot of sound, but it's a pretty picture. So I'll get that set up for us, and I'll set us up for our first sprint of 40 minutes. So that would take us to 35 after. We'll get that going. And we'll see you guys 35 after. Hello, welcome back. And let's see what we've got going on in the comments. Hi, Lucy. Lucy is in. I'm sure she's working tonight. And it says break. Yep. Break. 15 minutes. Hey, Lucy. Hi from Lucy. Tanya says, how's your day going? Lucy says, it's insane. I'm up front tonight and one of my cashiers called off. Oh, that's so hard. I know. I actually don't work retail, but I was not feeling great and I only worked a couple of hours yesterday. So I feel bad for my coworkers that had to pick up my slack. And Tanya says, oh no. Celestria says, I finished my square and I'm going to weave the ends into all of them. And Tabitha says, I read about 15 pages. And Celestria says, hey, Luce. All right. So I had put in the description, and I'm sorry, I didn't even do like a post about tonight. Where did I do with my notebook? There it is. I put in the description for the sprints, I put that I wanted to try to keep track of how many pages we read tonight. So I figured out if you're listening to an audiobook at regular speed, each minute is, if you divide it by 1.5, that'll give you the number of pages. And that's just like an average. So if you guys want to let me know how many pages you read, let's see how many we get through in tonight's sprints. So we have Tabitha with 15 pages. Okay, so we got 15, and I'm just going to do a tally here, not keeping track individually, just all of us. And Tanya says, I did a Goodreads review for Edenbrook and updated my reading journal, caught up on text I was behind on. Well, that's good. That's very productive. And Katrina finished her book, put leftovers away, gonna read Out of the Silent Planet by C.S. Lewis next sprint. Oh, that's cool. I was just listening to a podcast on my way home that was talking about Till We Have Faces. And I had just started it, so I can't even tell you guys if it was like good or not. But Katrina, how many pages did you read so we can add it to our tally here? And Lucy says, my day leading up to work was productive. I filmed 2 videos and got another one edited. Excellent, Lucy. And Tanya says, good job, Lucy. And Katrina says 15 pages, so we'll get that on there. Did I read that right? Let me back up. Yeah, Tabitha read 15 pages. Katrina read 15 pages. Okay, and Jamie says, yay for being off tomorrow, but I do have to travel across state. How far is that for you? Lucy says, I have tomorrow off, and my February wrap-up is scheduled to drop tomorrow morning. Excellent. And Jamie says, go girls. Hopefully we will bring home our second state basketball championship. Oh, how nice. My high school was not great at sports. And it looks like Jamie's going to be traveling about 4 hours. And I had foster brother for a little bit. And he went to a different high school than I did, because when I started high school, we were living in one area of town, and then we moved. I think it was just like 2 blocks but that was a different school district. And so when he came to live with us, he got enrolled in the other high school. And he used to tease me all the time because his high school was really good at sports and mine was not great. Um, but yeah, I also was not a sporty person, so I didn't really care. Hey, Whitney. She says, "Hi there, everyone. I'm hoping to get some reading in tonight. I'm bouncing between so many books right now, but focusing on Theo of Golden by Alan Levi and Just Friends by Haley Pham." And Hannah says, "I didn't get any reading done that sprint." Jamie says, "I will be in the city where Kat from Cat Stories is." Oh, how fun. Are you going to be able to meet up with her? I got that. And Hannah saying, "Hi, Whitney. We love to see Whitney." Whitney, I was watching your video. I haven't finished it yet, but so glad you're back in whatever form that takes. And Lucy wants to know if you're going to meet. Yep, that was my question. Hannah saying, "Hi, Lucy." And Lucy saying, "Hi," back to Hannah. Jamie says, "Lucy, unfortunately, no." It's hard. You guys, I was super excited because Christy A. Cole was coming to California, and I had tentatively made plans to meet up with her. We didn't know the dates and stuff. But then when she actually got to California and we were trying to figure it out, I had COVID and I couldn't travel. So, and I didn't want to spread that to her family. There was going to be a point where she was still in California where I would have been past the, like, you know, exposure time. But I wasn't I wasn't able to drive all the way down, and both of my sisters that live in Southern California were out of town, so I was gonna have to get a hotel room and stuff. So it just didn't happen, but I was so sad. But it would have been like a good 9-hour drive for me to get down there. I would have done it. I would have done it if my sisters had been in and I could have stayed over there for a couple of nights and I wasn't sick. Yeah, I totally would have loved to have met her. And Whitney says, "Ah, thanks. You are welcome." And Whitney's saying hi to Hannah. And Jamie says, "My husband and several others are going with me." That's so fun. And Lucy, I'm so sorry I missed your sprints last night. I wasn't feeling well. I came home. I only worked 2 hours yesterday, and then I was asleep most of the time after that. And then when I woke up, I didn't even check to see if you were still sprinting. I think it was like 9:30 my time. I figured you probably were done, but also I just like got ready for bed and went back to bed. So she says, "I forgot to ask last night, but I've had a few requests for a video on my cash envelopes. Would any of you all watch that? Let Lucy know." And she says, "I'll probably do the video regardless, but thought I'd still ask." Um, I'd be interested in that. So there's at least one. Yeah. So, okay, so far we have 30 pages that you guys have commented, lots of other productivity and other things going on. I didn't, I was going through my email because I usually do that in between, like on my breaks at work, but I didn't do it today and I had like 156 emails. So I was trying to like knock some of them out and I forgot to start my audiobook. So I only listened to about 20 minutes. But if I take that 20 and divide it by 1.5, that would be 13 pages. So I'm going to mark myself down for 13 pages. Okay. And Tabitha says, "Lucy, I just started using the cash envelope system, so I would definitely be interested." Tanya says, "Sounds interesting." And Jeanette finished her book. Yay, 21 pages. We'll add that to our count. 1, 2, 21. Excellent. And Celestia says, Lucy, I would watch any video you post. Indeed. And Hannah says, I would watch anything you put out, Lucy. Lucy, all the love. Can you feel it? And Lucy says, Cece and Hannah, thanks. And Lucy says, and good to know, Tabitha. Yay, Jeanette from Lucy. And Grandma Susan's at 65. What percent did you start at and how many hours? Or are you like ebook reading? But I'll figure it out for you. I'll do some math. I don't generally like math, but I'll do some math and so that we can add those pages. And Jeanette, Tanya says, Jeanette, love that book. How'd you like it? And Grandma Susan says, well done, Jeanette. Lucy doesn't want to, but she's got to go. I know that pesky work gets in the way of everything fun. But have a good rest of your day at work. Do you have another break or is that it until you're off? And Jamie says, LOL, I didn't read. That's fine. Totally fine. I love that you all are here spending time together. And Celestia says, bye, Lucy. Celestia, what is your bag like? Are you piecing together the squares like in a rectangle or square? Or how are you doing that? And Lucy says, I will check in when I get home. Okay. Yeah. I ended sprints the last time I did it early because I had to go to my book club, but I don't have anything else going on tonight. Although I had like 4 things that I was supposed to do on Monday, and I knew that I was only going to be able to do one, but I actually ended up doing none because, guys, I'm just like so worn out. And I got home and completely spaced all the 4 different things that I could have done on Monday. A couple of them were YouTube things, and one of them else, a couple of other things were, one was knitting, which that would have required me to like go to Panera. So that one was like low on my list of if I was going to pick one of those, it was probably not going to be that one. Because once I'm home, it's hard to get out. Lucy says, heck and heck, I need to learn to crochet. And Lucy says, yay, wait for me. And Celestia says, yes, piecing together the squares. I'm planning for it to have 4 squares on each side, so not a huge bag. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 1, 2, 3, 4. It could be depending on how big your granny squares are, but I want to start a new project, but I don't want to start it until I finish those February socks because I want to say that I started these maybe in 2024, not even 2025, but maybe it was 2025. So there's my second one. I haven't even gotten to the heel turn. So I probably should just knit on this some more instead of starting a new project. But I think I mentioned that I had signed up for that crochet box. And so it came, and it came with this booklet that has patterns in it to make any of these projects. So there's like a headband, there's a bag, but it's kind of like a different style, and that's like a basket, and then there's fingerless mitts and a little lovey, bunny lovey. You can't make all of these with the yarn that's included, but you can make any one of those with the yarn that's included. So there's this white one with speckles, and it's like pink and blue and maybe some lavender speckles. And then there's this blue one that has like white and pink and green speckles. So I got 2 of these and 2 of these, and that would be enough yarn to make at least one of the projects, if not 2. I think I probably could make like the headband and the mitts, or or the basket and the mitts because they're different colors. But yeah, so it was really cool. It also came with like extras. So in this box, I got a crochet hook that's the right size for this yarn in any of those projects. And then these like little scissors. And then it also came with a needle holder, which I put in a different, maybe I put it in here. Nope. No, I don't know. It's in one of my knitting bags, but it was a needle holder and it had a couple of embroidery needles in there that you could use to weave in your ends. And then this little organza bag was holding all of those, but I'm using it as a project bag. I'm going to be making the headband. I really want to start it, but I really should finish my socks first. But it's ready to go when I'm ready to pick that up. And let's see what we have here. Lucy saying, bye, besties. And Celestria says, yeah, 2 by 2. And Jeanette says, I did really enjoy it, but the edge of belonging stays at the top of my list. And Tanya's saying, bye to Lucy. Celestria says, I like the white yarn. There's so many things to make. It's hard to choose each new project. For sure. There was a time, so I crocheted most of my life. My grandma taught me. She taught me how to knit, but I didn't get it when she taught me. And I tried on my own. I think when I was like 19 and 20, or maybe 18 and 20, because there was like a couple of years in between there. And then in 2005, I tried again, but that's when I met Cher. She had started a meetup group for knitting in my town. And so I went to that first meeting and it was just her and I, and we got along so well. And we were both kind of at the same place with like trying to figure knitting out. So we really helped each other a lot to get that going. And that knitting group grew and grew and grew. We were meeting at Panera at one point. There was 60 people, so we had to split it into 2 nights because we didn't all fit on one night. And then she had her second daughter, and her work schedule changed. And then I moved here, still in the same town, but again, it's like I'm just such a homebody. It's always hard once I get home from work to want to go out again. And so I stopped going to knitting, but the knitting group continued. So there's still a version of it meeting at Panera, and that was the group on Monday night that I didn't go to. But yeah, so we learned knitting together, but it took 3 tries for me to get it. And ever since then, like there's so many projects, whether knit or crochet, that I want to do. Learning how to knit just added to the number of things that I could do with my hands. There was a point where I think I had 22 projects all started that I would work on a little bit here and then put down and pick up another one. And I decided that was just too much. So I like try to keep it under like 4 projects. But that's sometimes hard. So like I said, I'm trying to finish these socks so that I can start something else. And Tanya says that basket is pretty. It's pretty cool, huh? This yarn is really soft. So I don't know like how sturdy a basket it would be. I guess if you are doing like a tighter crochet stitch, it probably could be pretty stiff. But yeah, I'm not sure. And like I said, I only have the 4 balls and I do want to make that headband. So then I would probably only be able to, well, I guess I could make the basket, but it would be in the white yarn. I was going to maybe make the fingerless mitts. We'll see. Because I could always use those. My hands get cold at work sometime. And Katrina says, this last knitting project, I used a latch hook to pull my yarn through for weaving. I did a double knitting and couldn't snag both ends with my crochet hook. Oh, that's interesting. I have a latch hook somewhere, but I haven't done double knitting. No, I haven't. And Celestria says, that sounds like such a fun group. Oh my goodness. And 22 projects. Yeah. Yeah. The group is really fun. And like I said, we have some friendships going back. So that was 2005, and we're in 26 now. So 21 years that I've known Cher. And the ladies that we still meet on Monday night, they came to the group later, but I'd say I've known them probably like 18 years. Most of them. Some of them are new to me because, like I said, that group kind of took a life of its own, and there's people that have been knitting with that group. I don't know, maybe 10 years, but that were new people to me. So I like that went on. Um, all right, guys, we are almost at the top of the hour, and I think we can start another sprint, and we'll go to 35 after again, and let's see how far we get in our page count. So far, from what I've recorded, we have 64 pages read, probably more, but of what was reported there, 64. And I was thinking maybe I was like, maybe we can get to 200. And I think I put it in the description for this. I just don't know. I don't know how many people were watching and how many people would be reading. So I'll check my goal during this sprint and let you know, and then we can see how we all did. So we'll see you back at, oh, look, we're almost at the top of the hour. So let me change that to 40 after. And we'll see you back at 40 after. All right, we are back. How did everybody do? I was able to listen to that whole sprint. I remembered to turn my audiobook on, and oh, her last comment disappeared, got to 91%. Great, Annie, you're almost done. Is that ebook or audio that you're listening to? And Steve is in. Hello. He says, Hola, everyone. Need to read my 2 chapters in Wing Feather. Did I pick up the first book of that? Steve, tell me, what is Wing Feather about? I think I might have picked up the first book. I haven't read it yet, but I think I purchased it. And Grandma Susan also wants to know, Steve, what do you think of Wing Feather? Hello, Miss Me. Welcome in. She says hello. And Grandma Susan, oh, Miss Mel. Mel, welcome in. And Grandma Susan says, I'm at 70%. And Jamie read 31 pages of Harlow Morgan. That's right. I have that one. How are you liking that, Jamie? I was going to read that this month. Maybe I'll switch to a physical book for the next sprint. And Jamie read 31 pages. Okay, so let me get Jamie's pages logged in, and then we'll figure out Susan and Annie's. So I need to know, Susan and Annie, if you guys are listening to audiobooks, and did you listen for the whole sprint, and then I can divide it up, because the 40 minutes is about 26 pages, so that's what I'm counting it as. And Jamie got 31. That's excellent reading, Jamie. 31. Okay. And let's see. Miss Mel says, my first time here and I haven't started reading yet since it was almost at 40. Well, Mel, welcome in. Where are you at in the world? Would love to know. And we'll be doing another sprint as soon as we've chatted for a little bit. Katrina read 16 pages. Okay. Oh my goodness. Tanya read 63 pages. I'm reading large print for secondary target and regular print for Hardy Boy Mystery. Okay, 63 pages. Excellent. We will count that. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. Excellent. Let's see where we're at here. And Steve says, Wing Feather is basically found family and secrets from the past that come to light for 3 siblings. They find they have a fantastic connection to their world. Is it dragons at all? Or am I confusing it with a different series? And Jeanette, another excellent reader, 45 pages. I switched to For Such a Time by Kate Breslin. Get 45 pages logged in. Whew, that's a lot. Excellent, excellent, everyone. And Miss Mel says, thank you. I'm from Portugal. Oh, that's nice. I would love to visit Portugal. Also would like to learn Portuguese. I have a couple of cousins that grew up in Brazil, and they speak Portuguese, and it was always wonderful listening to them speak and thinking that I kind of understood, but not really a whole lot. So I only got to see them a few times because they do live in Brazil, but they would come to the United States periodically. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. Steve says, Grandma Susan, I really do like book 2. However, Lucy and I finished a point of the book where we really didn't like it, but I'm hoping for a better outcome. Isn't that awful? Sometimes you read a book and you just don't like the direction that it takes. Hopefully, it didn't spoil it for you and it comes back around. I know a lot of people have been, well, not a lot. Some of my booktube friends have been reading the Hunger Games, and there's parts in that you're like, what? Why? But yeah, this is the fun of reading. And Steve is saying hello to Miss Mel. How's Portugal? And Steve says, as of now, no dragons. However, there is huge lizards, but they are basically tyrants of these 3 siblings, and they are found family. Okay, then it must not be Wing Feather. Is there one that's like Wings of Fire or something that's dragons? And Miss Mel says, hi, Steve. It's good. It's raining right now. And thank you for asking, Steve. And Sunny, hello. And this is Jill. My first time here. Well, welcome in, Jill. And I read from 57 to 66% and Walking on Hidden Wings by Rachel Scott McDaniel. That sounds so pretty. Walking on Hidden Wings. Let me look that up. Walking on Hidden Wings. Ooh, that cover. So it's at 20s when that takes, yes, it is. It says historical Christian fiction novel set in the 1920s, blending romance, mystery, and suspense around the roaring 20s aviation scene. So cool. I'm just going to screenshot that so I can put that on my list. I have a lot of books that I purchased in the last couple of years that I haven't read, and I want to read some of those before I purchase more, unless there's like the Timeless series. I'm like already reading that, so I pre-ordered the book that's coming out in May. So other than that, like if I'm in the middle of a series, I will go ahead and purchase the next book, but I'm trying not to start purchasing more standalones or new series until I read down some of the ones that I have. But hey, I'm doing pretty good so far because in January, I read The Letter Tree, and in February, I read Beyond Ivy Walls, which were 2 books that I bought, I want to say at the end of 2024 or 20, I think. Were they out in 2024? I know The Letter Tree, I bought it probably in 2024. I think the other one, did it come out in 24? Whenever it was coming out, I bought it. And I just barely read them. So I want to be better and read books closer to when I buy them. So I'm not going to be buying as many books this year. And let's see. Miss Mel says you would be very welcome here, and I'm sure you'd love my country. And Steve says, sad Mel. I used to work at a college that had international students from Portugal. That is cool. People say Brazilian Portuguese is easier than Portuguese Portuguese. That's interesting. And Celestria says, I listened to 35 pages that sprint and weaved in all the ends. Great job, Celestria. I need to figure out those other percents. And I said I was going to do that during that last sprint, and I sure forgot. So let's get Celestria's reading in here. That's so good. Okay. And Steve says, or Mel says, don't feel bad. I love rain. Oh, that's cool, Steve. It is cool. And Grandma Susan is asking Jill, how's your book? Annie got to 30%, and we love Kids Club, which is a middle grade. Okay. And Jeanette says, Walking on Hidden Wings is so good. Is that, you know what? I didn't notice who the author was, but that other book that this reminds me of, the cover reminds me of the book with the crown. Who's the author? Rachel Scott McDaniel. Let me see what else she's written. The 20s is one of my favorite eras. I don't know why, but I've always been intrigued by it. Oh, it looks like she writes in different eras from what I'm seeing here. The Dreams We Knew, that also stunning cover. The Starlit Spy. Okay. My goal of not getting started in new books is probably going to rapidly be out the door. And Jamie says, yes, there is a dragon at the beginning of Wing Feather, but it doesn't have a lot to do with the story except for the song, at least in the two I have read. Wings of Fire is definitely dragons. That's probably the one that I bought then, because one of my nephews was reading it. And you know, I love to read the same books as my nieces and nephews so that we have something to talk about. Yeah, it's great. We, when we were driving home, well, I was driving home with one of my nephews from Southern California. We had great talk about music and books and stuff. He likes some of the same music that I do. He's a fun little kid. Well, he's 17 now, so he's not that little. But when he was little, my cousin would take care of him while his mom was at work. And she listens to a lot of alternative 80s music. And so he'd be walking around singing songs uh, that, you know, weren't like newer songs. And he just developed a love for that kind of music. So when he was about 12, he told me that he wanted for his birthday, which was like months and months away. He's like, I wanted Tears for Fears CD. And I was like, oh, I have one at home. I'll just bring it next time I come. You don't have to wait for your birthday. And he loves TV shows like Psych and Monk. And around the same time, no, I guess he might have been a little younger when he was about 8. He would like wear his button up shirts, like buttoned all the way up. And he was like totally like a little monk wannabe. It was so funny. But yeah, we had a great time talking about TV shows, books, and stuff. One, he had to read a choice of either Rebecca or Wuthering Heights for his English class a couple of years ago, and he chose Rebecca. And I had read it around the same time, so we talked about it a lot. And I don't know, I think he brought up Wuthering Heights because the movie was out, and he said that when he read Rebecca, he had the choice of doing Wuthering Heights instead. And he's like, I'm glad I didn't. He's like, because the kids that chose Wuthering Heights all hated it. And the kids that chose Rebecca all loved it. So he was happy that he chose one that was good and that the other kids liked. And Steve says it's great reading weather, the rain, yes. And Miss Mel says, yes, for sure. Yes. And Jill says, oh, Walking on Hidden Wings is very good. I'm really enjoying it. And Steve says, oh, that's right, Jamie. And Jamie says Rachel Fordham didn't have a new book last year, I don't think. Okay. So then it was 24 that I bought both of those books and just got around to reading them now. And I definitely want to do better. And Steve says, also hi to Jill. And Steve says, I always enjoy talking to the international students. And Miss Mel says, people say we're a lot like Russian when speaking. To me, I've only really heard and interacted with the Brazilian Portuguese, but I always felt that it sounded like Spanish and French, like kind of mushed together. Excuse me, guys. Okay. And Jill says, hi, Steve. And Miss Mel says, sound a lot. I got it. And Jamie says, Wing Feather is Christian fantasy. Wings of Fire, not so much. Okay. And, I think I remember Amanda, book lover Amanda, talking about Wing Feather. And Annie forgot to say, I finished All Creatures Great and Small. Excellent. Katrina says, if you read Wing Feather, you would remember the cows. If you read Wing Feather, you would remember the cows. Okay. And Grandma Susan says, well done, Annie. Did you enjoy it? And Annie says, Grandma Susan, yes, this was my second time reading it. Lots of happy endings in each chapter as they make the animals well again. And Steve says, the cows are weird. Celestria says, I've heard good things about Daphne du Maurier. I should add Rebecca to my list, maybe. It's definitely like a gothic story, but I definitely would say more enjoyable than Wuthering Heights. There is like a ominous presence in the book, but it doesn't like pull you into that like dark space. So I really like the book too. It's definitely got a twist ending, but yeah, I've read it a few times. I'd say maybe 3 or 4 times, and I've enjoyed every time I've read it. And Celestria says the toothy cows are hard to forget. Okay, that must be Wing Feather, and I have not read that. And Steve says, right, Cece? And Steve says Wing Feather has a lot of Christian allegory, which is awesome. That's always good. Yep. Guys, we are back almost to the top of the hour. Jamie says toothy cows and the wings of Dang. Wings of Dang. Miss Mel says, I read my first 2 Gothic books very recently. I generally don't read a lot of Gothic. I would say that Rebecca would be light Gothic, and that's good. Like I enjoy that, but like really, really Gothic, I don't know. And Celestria says, I like Gothic books as long as they aren't terrible like Wuthering Heights. For sure. And Miss Mel says it was difficult for me to read, honestly. Yeah, I generally don't. I like books that have a lighter tone. Even though there could be difficult stuff in them, I don't like it to dwell on that and to just like really drag me down. I'm going to be doing a readathon next month called Read Happy, and the prompts are all going to be stuff that you would find in books that are either uplifting or fun, keeping that tone light. You can read, of course, anything to fit the prompts, but that's the reason for the prompts are like one would be a happy ending. Another one is, what did I call it? Kindred spirits. It's like best friends. So, things that could be found in darker books, but are staples of the type of books that I like to read that are lighter entertainment. And Celestria says, Fangs of Dang. Yeah, that's funny. I don't know if that's I haven't read it, so I don't know if that's like a real thing, or did you make that up? And Miss Mel says my first two Gothics were by Shirley Jackson. I've only read the short story The Lottery by Shirley Jackson, and also The Haunting of Hill House. Is that what her story's called? Um, I think that's what it's called. Which I enjoyed both of those, but also that's like right on the edge of like creepy for me. And I know what was the book? We've always lived in the castle, which I'm kind of maybe interested in reading, but kind of maybe not. So let me know which ones you read. And Jamie says, LOL, yes, CC, Fang's crazy name, bad memory. And Miss Mel says, yeah, I read The Haunting of Hill House. That, I don't know why, when I was like 12 and 13, I liked a lot of like Gothic books like that. So that's when I had read those. I don't know why I was reading that. Hold on one sec. I hit a wrong button. There we go. Okay. All right, guys, we are at 1 minute after the hour. So let's go ahead and start our next 40-minute sprint. So it'll be 39 minutes, but we'll go to 40 after. I'll get the ambiance set up and the banner, and we'll see you back here at 40 after. Welcome back. Welcome back. Let's see how everyone did. I had an Amazon delivery, so I had to go get that. But this book is the reading journal for the side quest of the 52 book club reading challenge. And this is for younger readers. Well, all ages, but it's really made for younger readers. I got this for one of my nephews, and it came in today, so I get to take that to him, and he can start his challenge. It's really cool. It's kind of like the journal for the adults, so it explains kind of what the challenge is, and there's 4 levels that you can achieve. So cute, huh? I love this. I think it's so pretty. I think my nephew's gonna really like that too. So yeah, and I did the last half of the sprint. I listened to the Red Pyramid. The first half, I started this book, and this I picked up on Celestria's recommendation in her Instagram post. It just looked a lot of fun. And this is Harlow Morgan and the Sky City by Lindsay Llewellyn. So I did read one chapter of this, which was 8 pages. So I'll count that. And then 20 minutes of audiobook. So I'm going to count that as 13 pages. If 40 minutes is 26 pages. So that would be 21 pages for me. I think so. Yes. All right. Let's see. How did everybody else do? And Miss Mel said, yes, that's what I read too. We have always lived in the castle. I've heard it being discussed in like podcasts and other things, and it's interesting to me. But again, it's not something that I typically read. And Katrina says, we reached 9. Been pushing myself to stay awake for almost an hour and a half. Now I can go to bed. And Miss Mel says, happy sprinting. Katrina says, but my cat decided now is the time to climb on my lap for a nap. Yes, cats are good for that. And so I said goodnight to Katrina just in case she did go. First rule of having a cat is don't disturb the cat. And Grandma Susan says she's at 76%. Yay. And Tabitha's 12 pages. So let me get that all in. Guys, I am using this pen that Lucy gave me for my birthday. Well, it was a set of pens, Agatha Christie, and they all have like a little quote. So this is the Poirot pen. You can see little Poirot there. And it says, employ the little gray cells. So cool. Love it. And let's see. Pages. Okay, so guys, let's see. I got Tabitha's pages. Jamie read 36 pages. Okay. And Tanya, 49 pages. Amazing. Oh my goodness, guys. And Miss Mel, 5 pages. She got distracted. That is good. Every page counts. And Jill is now at 77%. And Jeanette read 26 pages. Cool deal. Hey, Cher. She says, good evening, 16 pages for me. Cher, what are you reading? And Miss Mel is leaving now. Good evening. Let's see. Oh, I didn't push it. Unfortunately, it's almost 4 a.m. Oh my goodness. That was me, like, not last, was it last night? No, the 2 nights before that. The first night I couldn't go to sleep. It was probably about 3 o'clock when I finally went to sleep. And the second night I woke up at 2 and then couldn't go back to sleep. And Grandma or Jamie says night Mel, and Grandma Susan says good night Miss Mel, and Miss Mel says night night and a heart. And Celestria says, not sure when that sprint ended, but I listened to 14 pages. We'll get you logged in. Cool. All right. And Steve says, I read nothing. I went down to a BTS rabbit hole. Oh my goodness. And Grandma Susan says, well done, Jeanette. And Cher is reading Pride and Prejudice. I finished it. I listened to it on audio, read by Juliet Stevenson, and it was good. I don't remember who the last time that I listened to it on audio was, but it was a different reader, and it was excellent. It might have been my favorite audiobook narrator that sadly passed away, Catherine Kellgren. But that also might have been a different Jane Austen book that I listened to from her. Speaking of Catherine Kellgren, the last time I listened to The Red Pyramid, she was the one who read the voice of Sadie, the young girl in the novel. And this time I checked it out from the library, from Libby, and it's completely different readers than the last time. So the Audible narrators are different than the one if you check it out on Libby, or at least on my Libby. So that's interesting. Do y'all have any favorite narrators? Catherine Kellgren is my favorite. She has narrated a lot of books that I really love, a series. She did the Royal Spinus up to when she passed away, and then it was Jasmine Blackborough maybe that took over, and I really preferred Catherine Kellgren. And now this last one that I listened to of that series has a completely new narrator. So yeah, and she does a lot of like middle grade books too. So there was a series, what was the series called? I don't remember. One of the books is called The Terror of the Southlands, I think, maybe. But it was like a little girl that wanted to be a pirate in this whole like pirate society. And she narrated, I think it's a trilogy, and she narrated those books. So fun. And then what else did she do that I really liked? Royal Spinus, that one. Just like random books and stuff she narrates. I really liked the way she did her. She was a Canadian actress, but she had a really great variety of British accents that she did. Yeah, so I would say if I had a favorite narrator, it'd be her. And then male narrator Hugh Fraser and all the Agatha Christie's that he's done. Love it, love it, love it. So let me know if you all have a favorite narrator. But look at these tally marks, guys. By the end of the last sprint, we were at 379. And I thought that that was going to be a hard goal to meet to get to 300. But we've added on now. Oh, I lost count. I think I jumped from 50 to 70. So let me start again. We read in just that sprint 230 pages. So added to the 379, we are at 609 pages, guys. That's amazing. Amazing. And Steve says, if there's one more sprint, I will 100% get my chapters done. I think we probably could do another sprint. It's just 7:52 here, so not yet 8 o'clock. I know a lot of people east of me will need to be going, but yeah, we can do another sprint. Steve says, all I need to do is read 7 pages and my 2 chapters are done. I'm not sure what percentage that translates into. That's all right. It's 7 pages and we'll add that up. Celestria says, I don't think I've listened to enough audiobooks to have a favorite narrator. And Lucy says, I'm coming. So she's almost home from work, maybe. So yeah, we'll do another sprint in a few minutes. Celestria, I think that because I listen to Agatha Christie so much, and Hugh Fraser does a lot of them. Like, it's not like I have to listen to a whole bunch of audiobooks to find a favorite. I mean, a whole bunch of different series or different standalones, because he reads most of the Agatha Christie Poirot's, and I just really like the way he reads them. And I think he reads some of the standalones. I think he might do the Tommy and Tuppence ones too. So just because I've heard him so much, and I just like his voice, I know that he's my favorite. There's other great male narrators that I've listened to, but because I've listened to so many of his, and the same with Katherine Kellgren, because she narrates so many books that I tended to pick up, and by chance she was the narrator. I think that I just got used to her voice, and she's my favorite because of that. And Jamie says, I am. Jamie, what did we ask Jamie? I don't remember. And Tanya says, I'm heading to bed. Good night, everybody. Good night, Tanya. Thanks for stopping by. And Lucy says, just waiting for the stupid alarm to set. Oh, I remember doing that. And Jamie says, I can listen to most any narrator, but I've heard a couple that got on my nerves. Yes, for sure. Definitely before I purchase an audiobook, I play the sample. And I always hope that, like when it's a female narrator, in the sample, there's like a male and a female voice, so I can hear how they do that. And yeah, if it's a male narrator, I always hope that there's like a male and a female voice so I can hear how they do that. Because sometimes, that sample is like 5 minutes long, and a lot of times it can be like the dedication in this chapter, this the prologue or whatever, and you get a lot of scene descriptions, but you don't get like dialogue, and that's what I really want to know, how they do the voices when they're switching characters. Um, and then there's some narrators that I just can't, the voice is either too high pitched or um, not enough inflection or too much inflection. So yeah, I totally get that there you can find one that gets on your nerves. Celestia says there's a female narrator that has done several Christian books. I don't know what her name is, and she does fine, but nothing special in my opinion. I do enjoy the woman who narrates Joanna Davidson Politano books. Yeah, see, so if you're like in a series, you get more exposure to that voice, and if it's one that you really enjoy, it could become a favorite narrator. On Audible, you can search by narrator and see all the books that they've narrated. You probably could Google that too and get that. I don't know if Libby does anything like that, but I do like Libby too, and Hoopla, because I can borrow a book and then I'm not out any money if I really don't like the narrator. Let's see. All right, guys. Celestia says she has an accent. And, ooh, okay, that's nifty to search for specific narrators. Yeah, I like that. Yes, and accents, that's another thing too. So the Red Pyramid book that I'm reading, I think that the female narrator is younger, definitely. Catherine Kellgren was probably like in her 40s and late 30s with some of the middle grade books that she narrated, but she just did such a good voice and great accent. And this person that's reading Sadie's part, she sounds a lot younger, just naturally younger. So I don't know if she's like a child or just like, young adult, like a young adult. But her accent, her British accent kind of fades in and out. So I don't know if she might be British and I just don't get her accent, but yeah, let me see if I can find any details on that. Does it even say? Grace Capeless. It looks like other stuff that she's read is American, so maybe she is American. But yeah, if you find a narrator whose voice you really like, check out what else they narrated. And Jamie says, I know I've said this before. I used to let my Kindle read to me. If you can listen to that, you can listen to anything. However, it probably helps that I listen to everything at 2 times speed. Okay, so I read The Great Gatsby in February, and it was probably the 3rd time. And this time I listened to it on audio because I was trying to squeeze in as many books in that last week of February as I think I read that one probably before I went on vacation. So I was just trying to squeeze them in because I knew that week that I was on vacation, I was not going to have a lot of time to read. And February is already a short month. And it was like an AI voice, which it said at the beginning, but I must have not caught it. And I was just like in a hurry to get that read. No inflection at all. I am like not a fan of that. The story already is not my favorite, but I will say that having that narrator read the story without like emotion or inflection, like actually helped me handle the parts that I don't like better, because there wasn't, like, I feel like if I was reading it physically, I would put so much into I would have so much emotion in certain scenes that I didn't have with that narrator reading to me. So that was actually uh, kind of a bonus to have it like that. Celestra says, Jamie, I'm using the Kindle assisted reader thing tonight while I crochet. I can also listen to anything. Okay, guys, is that, like, I have not used that Kindle assisted reader. Where is my Kindle? It's in my purse. Let me see if I can figure that out. And Lucy is also asking, what is the Kindle assisted reader? All right, let us see. Is it on all the books or is it only certain ones? Lucy, I can't tell. Oh, eyeballs. Yeah, she wants to know. And Celestia says it's a robot voice. Lucy says, how do I get it? And Jamie says, most new Kindles don't have that feature anymore. It's the computer reading it. The last Kindle I had that did was my Fire. And Celestia says, my Kindle phone app has it. Okay. So my Kindle, when did I get this Kindle? Is there an about on this? Well, let's see. I don't know what Kindle I have. It's a Paperwhite. I think it's an 11th generation Paperwhite. But I know that I do have to, like, it doesn't have speakers, so I have to have a Bluetooth headset to listen. And Jamie says, Cece, you might have taught me something. Okay, then maybe I should check my phone and not bother with my Kindle for the moment. Let's check this out, guys. Kindle. Okay. Okay, I have To Love a Lady by Gabrielle Meyer. I'm looking. Okay, Celestria, Jamie, Where is this setting? Or is it only certain books? It's under font. Oh, okay. Here we go. Let me catch you all up on here. Jamie says, Paperwhites don't do it to my knowledge. And that is what I have. Alarm set on my way home. Where do I find it? CC on the app. Jamie says it's under font. There's the font. Oh, I see it. Assistive reader. Listen text to speech and read along with highlighted text. Ah, so good. That's going to be a game changer for me, ladies. Thank you so much. Jamie just said, I just found it. Celestria says, okay, so on my app at the top of the screen, there's a button that you click to change the font and layout. And there's also the assistive reader thing you can turn on. Yes, I just clicked on more, and the assistive reader was like the first thing that you can toggle on and off. Cece says, thank you, Jamie. Jamie, I'm slow explaining. And Celestria says, it sounds awful. And Lucy says, found it? I found it. All right, so let's see. Do you think that we would get, what's it called? When YouTube, slaps you on the wrist? Copyrighted. If I played a little bit of that. So we could see what it sounds like. Let's see.
October 22nd, 1882, New York City. Ike knew how to blend it.
It is totally. It sounds like Alexa reading it without any. Celeste says yay, and Lucy says OMG, it sounds horrible, laughing. And oh, the alarm's not set. And she says, y'all don't have to wait. And Celestria says, it's for desperate times, Lucy, for sure. And go ahead and sprint without me. Okay, Lucy, we'll go ahead and start our final sprint. We will do 40 minutes. So that, let's just count it as 10. So 40 minutes would be 50. So 50 after, and then we'll just wrap up. And Jamie says, LOL, we told you. Okay. So let us get everything set up, and we'll read until 50 and then wrap everything up. See you guys soon. All right, friends, we made it through that last sprint. I went back to my audiobook so that I could get some stuff ready for bed. And yeah, fed my cat. Humphrey was being a little needy and clingy. So I went to make sure that he had a clean litter box and food. And he is doing so good. So let us see what we have in comments. And then I'll tally up what I'll tally up how many pages we all read tonight. And hello, we have is it Shannon, Old American Spirit? Hello. And or is it Sam? Oh, why did I think Shannon? Well, Jamie says Sam. Oh no, Lucy says Shannon. Okay, I'm confused. And we've got some sparkles. And I can't tell what that last emoji is, but hello, hello. And Lucy Chronicle says, it's not setting. I'm so annoyed, I think. And Shannon, how are you doing? Asks Lucy. I miss you. Jamie says, Lucy, that's crazy. Shannon says, I'm good, Lucy. Luce, how are you? I'm been in the turtle shell trying to catch up. I've missed you too. Hearts, an orange heart for Lucy. And Lucy says, I'm not manager tonight, just hanging out while they figure it out. I am second lead, so I can't leave until it's set. We are on the phone with the security company, crying. I'm so annoyed. I just want to go home. Humphrey's talk. Oh, did he chitter on here? He does that. He's not a big meower. Oh, his tail. Humphrey's tail, yes. Poor Lucy, says Celestria. Yucky for you, Lucy, says Jamie. And Lucy says, we waiting on the cops. Huh. That's interesting. It's not setting in our loss prevention manager is requesting manager presence overnight. Wait, like a store manager? Oh, cop presence, not manager. I was like, what? The security company doesn't know what's going on. I would be home by now. Hallelujah, cops are here. I'm coming, probably. I'm home and I'm here. Finally, Lucy, I'm so glad you made it home. I got a little bit of video edited. Sunny got to 83, or Sunny is Jill, got to 83%. Let's tally that up. I listened that whole sprint, so I'm counting that as 26 pages. Lucy, did you see I'm using the pen you gave me? And this cool little notebook I found, I think, at Michael's. And then the pages are just lined notebook pages. Okay, 83%. All right, and Lucy says it's a short video that I'm going to schedule to drop tomorrow morning and then move my February wrap up for Monday. Sounds good. 26 pages for Jamie. Okay. Celestria, 28 pages. And Celestria says, and got some of my squares sewn together. Excellent. And Lucy is giving me props for interpreting that perfectly. Thank you, Lucy. Annoyed, yes. And coming. Share, hello. 20 pages. Let's get that logged in. Cool deal. And Lucy says, oh my gosh, I love that notepad. I'm pretty sure it was Michael's. And Shannon says, I read 28 pages and worked on my nails. I totally need to do mine. They are wrecked. I did them just in like a clear, and then I had some decals on from when I went to Disney last week or the week before. And I just trimmed them and filed them down a little bit because they grow pretty fast. But it still has like partially clear and partially scratched off. I wanted to do that tonight and I totally forgot. And Lucy says, Steve probably loves it too. It's green, his favorite color. And Lucy says, Share. Hi, Share. All right, guys. I think I got the tally then. No, I didn't push. Did I put Shannon's in? Let's say I didn't. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. All right, guys. So we read 129 pages, added to the 609 from before. We got to 738 pages tonight. That's amazing. Amazing. And we almost completely filled the page with all the tallies. That is so good. And let's see what Lucy is saying. I might be able to sprint on my channel tomorrow night if anyone wants. I have off and don't work until 1 on Saturday. That is really cool. And Cher says, hi, Lucy. Let's see. Do I have anything going on tomorrow night? It is the 6th of March. I don't think I do. So I would be able to join in sprinting. Yes. Guys, thank you so much for joining me today. I love sprints. I love chatting with all you guys in between reading and getting things done. Even though my little Humphrey, I think he's kind of obsessed with, don't look at him. He's obsessed with sprints as well because he always comes around when I'm doing them. And, oh, Steve finished his 2 chapters, 7 pages. Let's add that to our tally, Steve. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. 745, if I did the math right. 745. Excellent. And Lucy says, I love sprints too. And she says, I want to be a part of the tally. Are you home? Read a page. We'll add you. And Shannon says, it's cool that you count pages read. Tonight was the first night that I did it, but I thought it was really fun. So I think I will just be doing that going forward. I did do a little bit of math and I figured out that I just took like the book that I was reading, how long it was and how many pages were in the book and just kind of divided it all up. And it came out to if you, for however many minutes you listen, you divide by 1.5 and that'll give you like an average number of pages read. So everybody that was listening during the 40-minute sprints, that was 26 pages that we tallied up. And let's see. Lucy says Kay counts chapters. Yes, I got the idea of counting pages from her chapter count, but I thought because chapters could be long or short, that pages would kind of even it out. So that's why I decided to do pages. And Lucy says, I count nothing, but you generate a lot of laughs. And Celestria says, hurry and read, Lucy. And Lucy says, I read 2 pages during my break at work. Let's add those to the tally. So now we are at 747 for tonight's sprints. 747. All right, guys. Again, thanks for joining me. I will be sprinting next week, 4:30 p.m. Pacific, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. I hope you join me. I do have a little video that I'm almost done editing that I hope to put up in the next couple of days. And I will see y'all next time. Oh, we got some more comments. They're all Lucy except one. Yay. Bye. I'm so sad. And then Celestria, good night, everyone. Thanks for Sprint Sam. You're welcome. Good night, all. Have a good night.